all. So before that, I have also worked with Sustainalytics, eValueServe, Solar on Sustainability Services, and number goes on. But yes, that's about me. And yeah, and please, I would beg you that I'm a little unwell. So if you hear some coughing or sneezing, please don't feel feel otherwise. I have been tested COVID negative yesterday only, so I'm completely safe, and also it doesn't goes with in virtual sessions, so it's fine. And so please bear with me. And yeah, so starting with uh, this current session, I would let me share my screen with you if I can. Uh, do let me know once you can see my screen when it's up.
Yes, we can.
Okay,
We can.
great. Great. So today's session is about ESG reporting and rating. So, if you have got the inauguration mail, you would have seen that it's written as ESG reporting. I want this session to be a little interactive. So, I would first want to understand that. Is there a difference between ESG and sustainability, or it's the same? Anyone, if anyone wants to take a shot, or okay, no
And
problem, no problem.
any participant who want to give his view, and please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So,
Ma'am, can I make a comment?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I think ESG mostly talks about the specific factors pertaining to like the raw materials and also the finance. Maybe it's a little more specific when compared to sustainability, which is an overall factor. I don't know, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just ESG and sustainability because these days it has interchangeably used, and especially if we talk about the benchmarking and disclosing the data, quite often we use sustainability and ESG interchangeably. But the fact is that sustainability is an umbrella. It has an overarching effect, and then under sustainability, because sustainability covers your green concept, your corporate responsibilities, and your philanthropic activities and everything. So it's a broad umbrella. It's whereas ESG is more specific to, as the name suggests, environment, social, and governance. And this is more and it becomes these days it's very relevant for investor, because investors nowadays are focusing on ESG investing, or and they want to know how their portfolio companies are performing on ESG data. And also ESG is mostly preferred when we talk in terms of investors and the capital market. So yeah, that's the mere and very slight difference between sustainability and ESG. Okay, so in today's session, I would be covering just an introduction about ESG reporting and ESG data, then why we need ESG and the current trend going on in ESG landscape, and ESG reporting and rating, because often we get confused what's reporting, and whereas ESG rating is the implementation side of, or the industrial side of ESG reporting. Then I'll be talking about TSD data research and scoring methodology, what all players are there and how it has been defined. And then, um, yeah, at the last, I would cover some aspect of ESG reporting frameworks. So, yeah, coming to the introduction, as most of you must be aware that uh, um, ESG is nowadays it's a hot cake. A lot of people are talking about it, and there is a lot of noise, and it has been a spotlight these days. So, why this is so? Why suddenly there is a change? I'll talk about these changes and why it is necessary, or what brought ESG into that much focus. But just for an introduction, that it is ESG is not new. Sustainability is not new. We in India were anyways following it since very long. If you go back to our traditional way of living, it was highly sustainable. But gradually, we kind of adopted few aspects of Western culture, and the plastic coming in, and the and bicycles vanishing up, and are replaced by cars and other vehicles. So yes, but again, the focus is now coming down to sustainability. So ESG reporting, if I talk about ESG reporting, it majorly deals with your environmental, social, and governance reports, so that investors and financial institutions or companies, or any asset manager, when they see their portfolio, they can know that how sustainable a company is, or what all sustainability criteria the company is talking about, and what all social impact it is making on the community, or what all environmental footprints it has. So all those things. um so yeah, moving on to the next slide, which talks about why we need ESG reporting. And everything was working fine, then why this new concept? People were making money, and the world was observing financial growth, and even the stock market was rising high. Then what was the need of introducing a new concept, or adopting the older, or tweaking the older concept of sustainability? So sorry. So I would first cover the last parameter which I have written is the physical challenges and risks. As we have seen that the temperature has continuously risen up, and there is a lot of uncertainty in weather, and you know the ice is melting, and that's why a lot of weather wise or environment wise, a lot of damage is already has already happened. So for more than 5-6 decades, or maybe a century, people have just, or the companies or the corporates have just gone mad on industrialization, and then on the financial growth, and they have neglected that yes, all the things, all the basic necessity, you get it from the environment. So they continuously extracted minerals and other things from the environment, and without any apologies, or without any evaluation on it. So because of these physical challenges, and we can see these physical challenges, the temperature, the deforestation, the plastic waste thing, all those things have shown us that there is a need for corporates to to now become more sustainable and adopt some practices which would keep which would help us to give something to our next generation, at least a get better environment. Then yes, we have also seen that even the stakeholder pattern is changing now. By stakeholders, I mean your community, your customers, your investors, activists, all these people who are related to companies are called stakeholders, right? Now they have also started moving towards sustainable practices. Even you would have seen that a lot of sustainability companies are rising up with their new sustainable products like bamboo, uh, bamboo earbuds or brush or things like that. Even in today's session, I think Anirudh talked a lot about, and it was a very fruitful session about the waste management. That even the companies and people and the government are supporting on these waste management aspects. Now even the investors have started investing on these sustainable companies, and you would have heard the concept on the new terminology of impact investing, social investors coming into picture. So uh, you know the world is changing. There is a paradigmic shift which is happening from financial growth to include non-financial parameters in the financial reporting, so that both of the is can work together and they can make a better world and a sustainable company. And the third or the first one is the increasing regulatory pressure. So sorry. So even in India, you must have heard that, or must have heard the news that SEBI has now came up with new mandatory requirement that all the companies, all the top 1,000 companies have to, it's a mandatory requirement to publish BRSR report, which was earlier just business responsibility report, but now they have introduced the term sustainability reporting in that, so that even the Indian companies can focus more on the sustainability aspects. In European nations are anyways, far ahead in sustainability aspects, and thus European nations or EU regulatory requirements is quite stringent, and they kind of come up with different guidelines or standards or frameworks, or you can say it's a mandatory or voluntary requirement for the companies. For example, SFDR is the new thing which has come up in European nations, and the financial institutions would have to uh, check their portfolio companies' performance on sustainability and ESG till 2020, from 2022 December onwards. Even last year only, when the world was under the pandemic effect, UK made a very strong decision making TCFD reporting or disclosure a mandatory thing. So all this regulatory pressure has also is also building up and has now mm, you know has developed that there is a need for ESG reporting, and so that companies, investors, stakeholders can be conscious on what they are doing. Okay. Okay. So all those things which I just talked about, that yes, it's a boon, and ESG is not a fake bubble. We have and so we have results. I can show you the proof that if you see the graph that even in ESG investing has grown from less than 100 billion USD in 2016 to more than 300 billion in just 4 years. So which is huge. It's kind of 15% rise, whereas in 15 to 16 you would have seen that it's just a decrease, and it's just 1% or 2% hike, whereas from 19 to 20 it has drastically improved. These by sustainability investing or ESG investing, I mean the green bonds, sustainable bonds, and sorry, and mm, no, sustainability linked bonds and all those things. Um, even um, there is a now S&P 500 companies have published their sustainability report, which gives an idea that okay, you know, now the company. So from my personal experience, I can share that when I career, so what we used to do was that we used to analyze the companies, and then we used to send the feedback to companies. So almost like the universe size was around 4,000 companies, publicly listed companies, and only 10% of the company used to respond to us that okay, you this, or you can improve this KPI or this indicator or this disclosure. Whereas gradually I have seen now it's around 40%. It's my personal experience which I'm sharing. It's like 40% of the companies are now responding to us that why our score went down, why we have disclosed this information, what else we can do to to improve our ESG performance and all. So yeah, that means that the world is changing, and there is a lot more in ESG space. Even ESG disclosure by companies flow into sustainability fund reached 8.9 billion through first 6 months of 2019, which is also very fantastic. Even remember that in last slide I just mentioned their regulations, and even the sustainability. So even in US, ESG disclose some of the ESG matrix. So yes, the disclosure is improving, the pressure is there. So definitely reporting has to be the next AR, maybe. The sustainability report has to be there. Okay. So this is my slide is ESG landscape. It covers by landscape, it means ESG or sustainability. So it starts with uh, the governing principles. By governing principles, I mean that there was some organizations, mostly NGOs, which came up. They understood the importance of sustainability, and they kind of developed few guidelines mm, or frameworks or guides or rule books, so that companies can follow those things, or the banking institutions or can follow those guidelines and work toward becoming more sustainable. For example, UNGC came up with its 10 principles, which talks about environment, which talks about your labor rights, child labor. It talks about governance aspects like corruption and bribery. So, so those principles have been written down, and they wanted more and more companies to follow those principles, at least abide by it. Again, most of you would have heard about UNGC, SDG goals. So UN came up with uh, 17 goals, which and targets related to it, and some frameworks and guidelines, so that each country can meet their sustainability goals at least by 2030. So these are the principles, or the governing principles which are prevalent in sustainability space, and if you read about it, everything will make sense to you. So I would highly recommend to go through UNGC website, to go through SDG's website, UNPRI website, which mostly talks about the responsible investing, how you should do your investment, how the banking institution or financial institutions should make their investment decisions and all. So yeah, and on the left side, you must reporting frameworks. So by reporting frameworks, we mean that global organization have come up report or sustainability look like, what all matrices or what all framework should follow, so that it is just a try, so that uh, there is a lot of you know there's lack of uniformity in the reporting. So just to standardize those reporting, and these organizations have built some frameworks, just like GRI, where you can you have a lot of indicators which are relevant to industry maybe, or which are um, sus- so that even if you do not do your go and check as per your industry what are risks or issues for your company. Then on the right side, you are saying that it's rating agencies. Now, rating agencies are simply one data point in a large body of research work. So what they do is that once the reporting is done. So first of all, the principles are there. Then the reporting frameworks have been designed, and the companies have started accepting those frameworks and have started reporting it in line with that. Then comes to then it comes to rating agencies, that these companies analyze uh, the publicly disclosed information, and then they rate the company that, okay, this company is performing better in environment aspect, whereas its government issues are little little I'll talk about the rating agencies in detail in our next slide. Then comes to company tools. So coming to this is where easy write sustainability reports, input the data, and then automatically a report would be developed. So these kind of tools have been developed through technology, and companies are coming up to support the ESG reporting. Then service are the majorly ESG research institution which help investors in with specific so they research detailed evaluation of the companies, and that on the basis of their publicly disclosed information evaluate the company, identify its risk, and then and these research providers follow certain guidelines and methodology. They develop their own methodology or the guidelines, but it is anyways linked to the governing principles or so on. So once they that they can rate the company, or they can check their or investors, they can check the their portfolio company. And yeah, at the last we have educational resources.
Mansi
Uh,
ma'am,
educational resources, for example, they just give you some hello.
hello, Mansi ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Actually, there is some voices actually breaking in between. Means there are some network issue, or I don't know. Your voice is sometimes it go away. So hello.
Okay, I believe I'm in. Is it better now?
Yeah. Now it is
Or
like
still
there's no hiccups or nothing like that. Previously, it was like sometimes it
the
go away.
same? Oh, I'm so sorry for that. Uh, 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 let me know once it goes off. The, the screen. Okay. Mm, so yeah, or maybe we can ask the questions later. Let's move to next slide. Okay, again, very relevant slide which talks about in ESG reporting, and then how that reporting is, we follow certain, either we followed GRI or SASB or IR or any, we just the companies just disclose because voluntary to them. Of the business impact in
Excuse me, ma'am, it's not audible.
these just give me a minute. I'll check my internet connection and we'll get back.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Now it is clear.
Okay, I'm so sorry for that. Maybe my headphone was not that great. Um, okay, where was I? Yeah, so ESG data reporting. So for for ESG data reporting, I mean generating your sustainability report or preparing material for your sustainability report. So there are a number of steps uh, which are required for writing a sustainability report. It's not a easy job. I'm telling you because first of all you will have to do your materiality assessment. By materiality assessment I mean that you have to identify which all areas are relevant for you, or which all areas are risk areas for your business, and what are the opportunities and all for your organization. So first, the identify, collect, and evaluate the relevant requirement from their stakeholders. So they engage with different stakeholders and try to identify what is the risk to the organization, where all they can make improvement, what all things are relevant to the business. Maybe it could be through a stakeholder dialogue or a questionnaire, or maybe subsequent assessments. So this is the first step, and then they kind of decide the what methodology they have to follow. So how they want their ESG report to be developed. It could be they can sorry. Uh, they can follow GRI standards, they can follow SASB standard, and determine the structure of the strategic framework of the sustainable development goals, or maybe verify the data or things through GHG framework or any ISO standards. Yeah, and then through the cooperation from stakeholders, they are able to do their materiality. They are able to develop their materiality matrix. Now, once the matrix is developed, the strategic build-up is done. They know how to move forward. Now, the task is to write a report. So, for writing a report, you need data, correct? And for data, you have to, for an organization, because it covers ESG. So you have to contact to different department of the organization just to get that data and align it to the standards. For example, energy, how much energy is used in your production. You have to go to the or to the production department and then check how much energy is used, and then convert it as per GHG protocol, and then give the emission data or something. So a lot of energy and or efforts are required just to get the data, and a lot of stakeholders are involved in it. So nowadays, we have, or the companies have started hiring, or there are sustainability officers in their organization, or uh, they hire a consultant from outside for this business, like for writing the sustainability report, where they assign a SPOC, or the POC, or the person of contact within the organization, which is in regular contact with the consultant, who does the actual job of writing the reports or the preparing the reports. Then once the report is prepared, it's listed on the, everything is there, then comes the audit part or the assurance part. So a report without assurance or audit or verification is, yes, it is a report, and company has provided information that, but the authenticity is more when it is audited by any third party source, or it has been verified from some auditor. So even if you will see sustainability reports, a lot of times in the last page of the sustainability report or the ESG report, you must have seen, or you can see that a lot of reports have been verified by these big fours like PwC or KPMG or EY. So along, are you getting it, that along with financial auditing, now these big fours are also doing ESG data auditing, and you're verifying the ESG data as well. So this is all about ESG data reporting. Okay. Uh, then they kind of publish it on their own website. It could be your it could be your integrated report, where both the things, financial data and ESG data, have been merged. It could be a separate sustainability report in India. It could be in BRSR report, or the business responsibility report. Now what? What's the use of it? Now comes, okay, they have published the report. Then comes the work where these ESG rating agencies, or investors, um, or asset managers, or financial institution can go through this report, the actual work which the company is doing, and analyze the performance of the company basis the reporting. So and to help these big players in resolving the noisy data, or maybe unclear data, or maybe sorry, yeah. So now these rating agencies kind of analyze their performance, and then score it and rate it. They can rate it as per GHG geography, or they can rate it as per industry or the sector in which they are, in which the company is working in. Even a bespoke research could be done where, suppose if it's a asset management, okay, and they have 10 portfolio companies in the list. So these asset manager wants just to analyze these 10 companies, or maybe he wants to put his money on another company, and now he wants us, or he wants to check that how that company is performing on ESG report. So they go to the company, they analyze the data, the sustainability report, and then kind of make their judgment. So it would be a tedious job, and even this asset manager was maybe they don't have that ESG expertise, so it would be difficult for them to understand. So there comes the ESG rating agencies and scoring methodology, where the um, to flourish the number of ESG rate, you know, you must have seen that a lot of companies are now coming up with ESG rating, or there are these rating agencies are mostly providing the index. So by index, we mean that, okay, just like other financial index now, FTSE has come up with FTSE for good index. Then we have Sustainalytics scoring with now. We have MSCI rating. So just looking at the rating of the company, investor can get an idea that, okay, these are the top performers. Right. So the steps involved for rating a company is analyzing. The first step is analyzing the company, checking the disclosure of companies. So and so these companies have a set KPIs, okay, and these KPIs are mostly either driven from GRI or from SASB, or it could be their own KPIs. By KPIs, I mean indicators. So they kind of go through the sustainability report, AR report of the companies, uh, and collect the data or analyze the data, and then comes the scoring part. They kind of score the company. So, for example, if the company is committed to you know anti anti-corruption policy, or it is committed to reducing its environmental footprint, which means that yes, the company would be scored more compared to a company which is which is not saying, or it's silent in the environmental things. So once the data is collected, the scoring is done, and scoring methodology is different for different agencies, and so kind of they assign weightage to each indicator. They Their indicators can vary from 100 to 300 or 400 or 700. It depends. And these indicators or KPIs are sector based as well. So for example, if you want to check a mining company, okay, and really important for that, because minerals or materials from the mines. So that's why they are destroying the biodiversity or local fauna and fauna of that particular area. And then again, they are whereas for a banking um, company or a service provider like maybe Facebook or Amazon, biodiversity would not be that important. It would be not a material issue to the organization. So that's why your materiality matrix, which I talked about in the ESG reporting thing, is really important. And even while scoring, this has to be considered. So companies they assign weightage to each indicator, that okay, for this company it would be a high risk, and for the other it would be a lower risk. Uh, then scoring is developed basis geography or any other sectors, or then again controversy monitoring is also taken care of, that whether the company has been engaged in any controversy or not. So the scoring is decreased if a company is really associated to any of the controversy related to ESG. So yeah, that was in short about ESG data reporting and ESG. Now comes to the reporting frameworks. As I have already touched few of the reporting frameworks, the disclosure frameworks like SASB, IR, or TCFD. So yeah, these frameworks have been again designed by uh, some organizations, and they kind of ease the reporting thing, and so there are different scope and audience for each framework. For example, if I compare GRI with SASB, so SASB is comparatively um, uh, new framework, and um, it is very industry specific. So if you see the SASB reporting disclosure or methodology, so they have kind of already done the materiality or developed the materiality matrix for 26 industries, and for each industry they have set indicators or questions related to it. For example, for a pharma company, um they ask that okay, if the company is the company engaged in animal testing or not. So things like that. Whereas in GRI, it is mostly for other stakeholders also. So in case the company has not done its materiality matrix, then they can do it by themselves, or maybe if the company wants to ask some questions to their suppliers, for say, or maybe other stakeholders, they can directly have questions from GRI and they can float it like that. So SASB is more related to the financial is more relevant for financial institutions and investors, for that matter. IR is like no, it is a merger of your annual report or annual financial report with ESG data, and it doesn't have anything very specific to industry. It's so if you are following IR, you will have to do your mapping by yourself. And so in IR, they have kind of linked or attached financials to the ESG performance, and that's the beauty of integrated reporting system. Now comes to TCFD. TCFD, as the name suggests, like the Task Force on Climate-related Financial Disclosure. So it is mostly for the climate change disclosure, not mostly, but entirely to climate change disclosure, and it is it encourages companies to disclose climate-related risk and opportunities, even, and it asks about how whether the climate change has been discussed at the board level, how or not, what kind of governance structure the company has, and is this government bodies or the top management of the company is actually looking into those risks and then kind of working towards mitigating the climate related risks to the company. So yeah, this, and So in UK, it has already been made mandatory, and even in a lot of European nation companies have started disclosing data on TCFD since its launch. Like it was launched in 2017, I remember. Yeah. So from that time onwards, companies have started adopting TCFD standards. Then it comes to CDP, it's very common, and it is again related to your climate change. They have so CDP is kind of a questionnaire. So they have generated the questionnaire, and they send it to their participant, and companies can voluntarily participate in CDP disclosure, and then they have to fill that questionnaire as per their guidelines and send it back to CDP. And CDP can evaluate the company and rate the company that, as per their disclosure, whatever they have disclosed, they rate the company on their platform. So it is very specific, and it has some sector specific guidelines. So for utilities companies, certain uh, other questions like energy efficiency and other indicators become applicable, or questions become applicable to those industries. CDP has also come up with their water CDP and the forest report. So again, water is very specific with its theme specific report, and so as forest. And yeah, so uh, all these frameworks are there just to give the structure to your reporting and guidance, so that you can follow. So it would be easy for the companies to follow these standards and report the data accordingly. Recently, SASB and IRC have merged together, and now they have come up with uh, I must not say that it's different, but yes, it's an integration of both IR and SASB framework, which is a recent development in reporting space. And yeah, TCFD and Task Force on Nature is also coming into picture, maybe in 2021. Will launch soon. Okay, now I'll talk about mostly about what we do in maybe Arabesque, or so we kind of analyze the companies on their environment, which considers how the company perform as a steward of nature. On social, we examine companies how they are treating their stakeholders, what kind of relationship they have with their employees, suppliers, and are they paying attention to community as well, or not. So health and safety of their employees, of the communities, and all the things have to be in place when we are analyzing companies on this. And then comes the governance. So governance was always there since very beginning, but now the focus has become more on the governance part, because everything flows from governance to final implementation. First, the board members or the management decides the strategy. They develop the strategy. It has been approved by them, and then it flows down to implementation. Then, what kind of targets the company will have, or whether these climate change related targets or waste management related targets would be relevant, you know, mm, feasible for them or not. So then actual, once the policy is developed, the strategy is developed, then it brings down to actual implementation, that okay, the targets is there now, these are all initiatives company has to take. Now the managers and other members of the organization work towards meeting those targets or taking those initiatives, and then comes the reporting thing that then they are reporting. Okay, so yeah, every pillar is equally important. So you must have seen the impact of these ESG parameters. For example, if I talk about environment, heard about the BP oil spill, which happened, in early 2000, and then again, it was a major issue when the company share dropped, and there was a lot of pressure on the company and reputation of the company was kind of shaken, and they had to pay huge fines to the organization. And social, this valiant farm. We have examples that we have seen that, okay, even in recent times, Facebook, because of the data loss or the data theft, they were into a lot of scrutinizing and things, and the reputation and the stock has dropped. And again, in the uh, governance field, governance is also related to transparency, that how transparent the company is. And in Volkswagen case, we have seen that they reported that they have passed their emission test, but it was not, and that's why the CEO has to resign. So these ESG risk comes with a lot of implications, and that's why it is important to follow a ethical practice. Okay. So this slide basically covers what all ESG issues are. For in environment, we cover climate change, natural resource, waste management, environmental opportunities, and other uh, ESG related issues, maybe biodiversity and other. In social, we broadly covers human capital. It is sourced from MSCI, so this is their ESG issues. Definitely, it could be different for maybe Sustainalytics or any other company, and of course, it depends on the company itself, that what are material issues to them. Then in social, we also cover your product safety, your social opportunities, access to healthcare, access to financial things, and the supply chain, labor issues, and other things. Whereas in governance, we check the how structured the board is, what kind of board structure the company is following, how many board members are independent, so that they can take unbiased decision, or the board can take unbiased decision, what kind of transparency standard the company is following, are they disclosing everything, or if the company's report are assured or not, and how much compensation your executive member or CEO is drawing from the organization. So these all things we cover in your governance pillar. Okay, so as per my experience, I can say that ESG information or has can be categorized into multiple categories or subparts, but broadly it is more about policy or commitment, what kind, so which shows that intention and willingness of the company, and then it comes to the practical implementation, like what is the actual position of the company, and what kind of targets, actually what on ground level, how the company is taking those policy or commitment. Then comes to the quantitative indicators or parameters where, while reporting, you should disclose the quantitative figures which are relevant to your organization, emission data, your water consumption data, your board members, and the health and safety data, so that the more transparent you are, or the more ESG data you provide for investor, definitely, if you are working in the right direction, definitely the company score would be higher, and it's more likely that investor would also be interested in investing that company. Okay, so this is an example which I have taken from Standard Bank Sustainability Report. As in the last slide, I mentioned that, okay, you know, mostly there are three kinds of checks or broad categories. So one is the policy one. So for example, here I have mentioned an example also, that does the company has a policy or statement to promote gender diversity. So yes, in the, you know uh, here you can see that they have said that we are continuously working to improve the representation of women on the board. So which means that yes, they are at least committed to. Second was the implementation side, that does the company has target to improve their female representation on senior management or not? Then yes, if you'll see here, they have mentioned that they have a target for 2023. So they can have annual targets, they can have long-term targets, but at least they have any targets. So having annual plus long-term targets make more sense, so because you are now breaking down your long-term commitment to smaller milestone. And the third was the quantitative figures. So maybe the number of permanent employees in the company. So you have this, okay, year-wise, how much was the data and how permanent employees. The more the permanent employees, more static the company is. Yeah, as I mentioned that companies follow different rating agencies and different data providers or ESG research providers follow different uh, standards or methodology to coming up at the score. So I have just given two examples of how so of two big names in sustainability space, Sustainalytics and MSCI, and you can see that their scoring is quite different, but still a company who has, it's most likely that a company who has scored good in Sustainalytics must have scored good even in MSCI. Okay, so the last slide is all about ESG reporting and data challenges. So, what, as per you, what kind of challenges are there for a company or in ESG reporting or ESG space? Uh, no, there is a consolidation challenge, which means that data is stranded in silos and across the business, or it's kept in multiple location, and that's why while consolidating or developing or bringing it into a structured report form, maybe some data is lost, or maybe while doing the analysis, investors or are not able to get that data because it's very scattered, and uh, and it's not uniform. Lack of consistency in reporting. So companies do not follow a proper reporting standard, like still there are a lot of companies who doesn't follow either any of the standards. They do disclose ESG information, but again it is scattered and they don't have any standard reporting system. So that again becomes a challenge for us when we are analyzing the company. Or then lack of awareness or of terminology. So in ESG, it's still new to the corporates, and they still are not aware that what all ESG issues are relevant to them, and what exactly they mean by those issues, what exactly they mean by maybe GHG emission, what exactly they mean by VOX emission. So things like that, they are not very clear, so that's why they sometimes do not, while reporting, sometimes they do not follow a proper definition or terminology or the units. Lack of reliability, because companies are still, there are a handful of companies who are assuring their reports, and also even uh, confidence is low in the market on type of data they provide. And yes, differences in collection and scoring methodology. So as mentioned in the previous slide, that uh, everyone, every company follow different pattern of reporting, different pattern of disclosing information, and even year on year it changes. Maybe because they hire some different consulting firm for writing the reports, or maybe something new come up and then they change the structure or whatever. So collection of data or structuring it in a report or compiling it in a report again is a challenge. And then scoring is again, if no, the companies are not following proper scoring methodology or one single methodology to develop the scores. But the hope is that with a lot of these standards coming into picture, like GRI, SASB, and others, the scoring and the reporting both will improve gradually. Okay, so this was it from my side. I hope that it was relevant for you. And yeah, the floor is open for any questions or any doubt, anything you want to ask.
Yeah, I have a small question. May I?
Please, ma'am, go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to know that if is there any shortcut method, or I don't know how to use that word. When is there any way wherein I can get those list of companies which is doing ESG? I mean, which is giving ESG reports.
So by ESG report, you want to make ESG report, or you want to check the performance of those of a list of companies?
Yeah, those companies. For example, if it is like I want to know if BP Bharat Petroleum is doing ESG. So how do I find out? I mean, rather going and checking with each company's website, rather that is there any list of database from where I can get those companies which is doing ESG reports?
Uh, so there are some platforms like CSR Hub and BLB or something, which gives you or provide you with the list of companies who have published sustainability report. Okay, one is that you can go by that route. And the other way of checking it is, and the simplest way, at least for me, is uh, go to Yahoo Finance. And Yahoo Finance has started giving ESG data, not ESG data, but at least the score of the company. And wherever the score is high, it will give you an idea that okay, these companies have higher score, which means there is a high probability of companies publishing their ESG data or ESG report.
Okay, okay. And one more, ma'am, is that mandatory that every year I have to increase my scores and then publish it to the government as a
Uh,
company?
so for certain regulations, it is mandatory. For example, in India now, after 2022, you know, companies, or at least for the top 1,000 companies, will have to publish their BRSR report, which means that there is no way they can go ahead with it. Again, for UK, it's there. Now, with um, SEC coming into picture and saying that you have to disclose ESG data, then again, um, while filing your reports, when you are filing AR annual report, you have to give or disclose something about ESG matrix. So that's how, yes, there are geographies which are coming up with the mandatory disclosure. Um, but yes, it's not consistent with all the geographies. And if I talk about that, about the signatories, there are certain signatories like UNGC and the CDP. So if you become a signatory of these institutions, every year you have to submit a progress report. So for UNGC, it's called COP,
Yeah.
Communication on Progress. So you have to submit it. So that's how the annual reporting things work.
Okay. Thank
I
you, ma'am.
hope it clarifies.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Yes. Do any participant have any other query?
Hello.
Hello. Yeah.
Madam, I think this ESG reporting is still it is quite a new terminology, and as you have said that top 1,000 companies they are reporting ESG. So probably in India, it will take a little bit more time that almost other companies, medium sized, whose turnover is quite less or average, they will also be included after some time, and it will become a compulsion for all the companies to come out with the ESG reporting. Am I right? So
Yeah, that's correct. That it will still take some time, but thankfully, government has come up with this thing of including sustainability. So it will be there, and India is one of the few countries who has started, making it mandatory.
yeah.
So at least we will have. Don't think that we are far behind. Yes, we are, but it's not like okay. You know, we are far behind from maybe Europe, but still a lot in South Asia. A lot of countries are there who still doesn't, who are still not aware of ESG at all. So that's
Because
how.
madam, last slide you showed, you told a lot of challenges are there, the
Mm.
challenges related to the ESG. So I think definitely there are still it is not compulsion in India for all the companies to be included for making the ESG reporting mandatory.
Yeah, yeah. For 1,000, it is mandatory, but again, for rest, medium-sized companies, it is voluntary for them, and government has planned to, increasing the size.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am.
What is the frequency, that a company required to, publish this report? Like, is it annual or, what is the frequency?
So, mostly it's annual. It has to flow with your financial data. So, if I talk about IR, or IR reporting framework, it is a financial thing, which annual report comes every year. So as your sustainability report should also come every year. But there are few or very handful of companies which publish it biannually, once in 2 years they publish it. But normally they have a trend for publishing it annually.
And like, is it very costly to go for any company for this? Because like at the end of the day, every expenditure, whether it is for reporting, for anything, the cost is there, and that cost has to bear by the company. So like, is it very costly that actually impacts the service or the product of the particular company, or like it's not so costly and it is affordable?
So if you're prepared, you can even prepare your own report. You just have to hire a sustainability expert or a sustainability officer who knows the data. Anyways, you are doing it. It's just you have to be conscious that what all data you can pull out. Anyways, you are running your business. You know how many employees are there. Just you have to take care that what you have to first of all think on those lines, that form a strategy, form a proper policies in place. Is making a policy is mostly a management job, or so it doesn't require much of money. Yes, for reporting, if you are hiring a consultant or any third party, it will include some bugs. But again, with so many new companies coming into picture, and these reporting becoming mandatory, yes, the price for sustainability report will will be down, I believe so. But it's not an additional cost if you're doing it at your own. It's just you have to be mindful enough. And it's a problem of mindset. You have to first develop that mindset.
Well, no, my thing is like, being in the session, like we have talked about so many things. There is CSR, there is, ESG report, there is so many other things. We have to manage waste. So as a business person, like as a small business person, as a startup, if someone comes up with an idea and if I give him a list of this particular, these many things that you have to do this, and, the person say that, should I do the business or should I do the reporting and everything else? Like, what should I do?
That's what we have to change, and that's why we are discussing these things. Because if you will only talk about business, yes, you will make money, but at some point of time, your reputation, you will not be a sustainable company, because it's not only about waste management. If you It also talks about your social aspects. If you are taking care of your employees, definitely in long term you will get the returns, and it does not take much of investment for that matter, right? So a lot of, if you will check ESG issues, a lot of things are very very subjective, and it doesn't require money. It's just you have conscious enough. For example, taking care of your health and safety of your employees is not that big deal, right? Following certain standards like ISO standards or certain guidelines is just, you have to give awareness to your employees, to your suppliers, that these are the standards you have to follow. So yes, for few of the things you will have to make some investment, but at least if you're starting up, if, from the initial stage, if you keep these things in mind, maybe we are not saying that okay, on first day you give you have these checklists, you have to do everything, but at least try to see what all risks are associated to your business, and what all you can do at a minimum cost. So
Ma'am, for startups also, like in America and in UK, the startups, for them also it is necessary to go for the ESG reporting,
no, it's not
because I don't think
necessary
so.
if you are a listed entity. in US now you have to report some ESG matrix, but for a startup, and if it's not an IPO or a publicly listed company, you can still ignore it. But it, but because now investors are also looking into it, it would be good for startup if they want to seek some fund, or they are looking for investors. Uh, then they should report it, so that at least for these social investors, or they can make their pitch to some of the investors who are also taking ESG into consideration while investment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And
Ma'am,
one more thing, where we will find those, agents or consultants, who does this ESG reporting?
It's just a Google search.
Okay.
But yes, if you're looking for companies in India, we have few names. Like, I mean, you can go for these big fours, but yes, they are very costly. But AICL, Evangelist, and other organizations are also working on this. Even you can come to me. I can write a report with.
Okay. Like when you say that ESG reporting can be done individually, like if I want my company small, I can do the ESG. Is it like only a survey which I have to download from any website and fill it and submit it back, or how is
Sandeep
it?
sir, Sandeep sir, we have a specific FDP on this particular area
Okay.
in January,
Okay.
particularly covering the sustainability reporting. So we have a detailed 5-day FDP on the same area.
Okay.
We will try to answer each and every question of yours.
Thank you.
And one question from my side. Actually, I just wanted to know what are the prospects means for your what are you going to say students, MBA students in reporting area.
As you know that things are shaping up here in India as well, in terms of ESG reporting and in terms of um, getting investors, and in terms of um, ESG data research and all. So if I talk and now with SEBI coming up with making it mandatory, definitely a lot of companies they have to write their sustainability report, and they don't have that expertise. So uh, you know uh, the land is really open, for these new folks, so that they can either go into report writing, they can go into advisory business, where they can consult, they can give consultation to the company in terms of uh, how to do life cycle analysis, how to minimize their GHG emission and all those things. Advisory business is open for them, and then auditing business is open. Then the ESG research again is wide open, and a lot of focus is given on these fronts. So yes, there are a lot of uh, you know chances and possibilities there.
Thank you. And thanks a lot for coming for our session. With you were having some health issues, even though you came down here. We are sincerely thankful to you.
Thank you. It's good. It's always good to cascade your knowledge. So it was nice audience too.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yep.
Ma'am, can you give a favor, including this PPT, if you have any more study material regarding the ECG reporting, please share.
Regarding
Study material. He's asking for the study material.
Apart from the PPT, it will be helpful for us.
Okay, I'll try to look for it.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
India's in this ESG.
Hello.
India's so
Thank you guys, and 4 days are over, and tomorrow we will have a one session, and then we will be going for a examination, and we'll be winding off the session, this FDP tomorrow. So for 2 more sessions, you will have to bear with us. Thanks for the day. Thanks a lot. And few of the you must check out the group. We have already uploaded the PPTs. A few are pending that we will upload by evening. So all the PPTs will be there in the drive. You can go through that and address your questions which are coming up in your examination, in your assessment, sorry, not examination. And thanks for the day, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.